Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar / Darkstar, reporting for duty. Building chat time. Gonna continue working on the Flame Toys Nemesis Prime. Which, we only got the torso done. Well, definitely don't want the abs. Yeah, but yeah, got most of the torso done. And the arms, because you have to build the arms with the torso. Which is strange, but hey, that's what it is. Also, we skip past the hands because in their infinite wisdom, the hands were the first thing you did. It made no sense. That should be the last thing I do. Alright, we are bombing this page. So I do a little bit of this. Yeah. Totally prepared. Lay that as flat scan. Put this bit underneath here where my sanding stuff is. There we go. I should keep it mostly flat. Mostly. Right. Torso there. Thereabouts. Ah. Right. Now to remember what we're doing. And we finished this part as just this. Yeah, we just had to finish the waist. We didn't do that. And that one's this page. Whoa! Hey, Finn! Thank you so much for the resub. It is highly appreciated. How's it going? Good. Going good. Nice chill day to work on. I was going to say Gunpla, but it's technically not Gunpla because it's not Gundam. It's even Bandai. No, I did put the tag in the thing because people look for that. They're looking for model kits. As fiddly as it's supposed to build, it does look great. Any nightmares about trains? No, none. Because we killed the evil train last night, no, nothing to worry about. Alright, I need the C runner, the D runner, the A runner, the B runner, okay. It is devised to glue these two pieces together. Is it now? I mean, it also advised me to glue the windows in, but didn't do that. The evil monster has fallen. Oh, this part's smaller to get up here. Let's see. That's the B runner, which I'll need it momentarily. What's this? Looking for the runners to find the right ones. That's the E runners. I don't need them currently. That's probably for the legs. Let's see. This. What is this? Oh, that's the two finished runners because they're the arm ones. Should I check those already? F runner is just the ion blaster left on it. That currently, let's see. This is the C1 runner, which I do actually need some parts of it. So let's grab those while we remember. Number 12 and 13. Part of Frame's abs. So 12 is left. 13's right. Also having the rock music on for Nemesis. It's a good choice, I think, right? Any more C stuff I need? No, don't think so. So the rest of this is like neck parts, face, and then legs. We also skip past the head. I forgot about that. Here, this. A runner. I do need this. Let's see. Number 14 and 15. 14, which is the back of the body. 15 being the front of the body. I also need number 17 here. Which it recommends I glue this to the other one, which is interesting. Probably because it has the move part of it. That should be everything from the A. This must be B runner. Yep. Number 5 off of this for the main grill. Sadly, no chromed grill. And it's so weird that they chromed the part in here. Like pre-painted. Now if I could get these smokestacks off easily, because they're built into there, I would maybe totally chrome them out. But they're awkward to get to. Like they're on there. Had I thought of that beforehand, then yeah. Though chroming an uneven surface would be difficult. I mean, I could use a Gundam marker, sure. I need this. Number 5 and number 8. Okay, that's all the parts we need currently. Let's get building parts, shall we? Right, let's get this grill built because that should be simple and straightforward enough. Oh, I didn't get my jar. One of the nubs. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna chill out, we're gonna rock out, we're gonna build. That's the plan. That way up. Not coming. Oh, that pinged away. Never mind. Rip that nub. Lunch nom, time to join the building. Yeah! Have a nice lunch, then build. That's the way to go. Literally what I do before stream, before I start setting all this up. Have lunch. Literally, this is where my keyboard normally sits. I have to like move a bunch of stuff off my desk so I can then put it over. Hobby fuel, yeah. Music's not too loud, right? Alright, which way around are we going? This way. That is a goal. Music fine, that's good. Put my chair in slightly. And have a drink. Also, one thing. Once I clear my throat and actually speak. Ah, yes. I was gonna say, despite the fact that this is black plastic, it seems to be cutting very nicely. That there are no stretch marks. So it's a very sturdy plastic, I'd say. Or the gates are just like so well designed that when I cut it, it's cutting it nice and clean. Like none of the gates have been like thick. So this is going down here. Okay. This one. This way around. Yep. So I'll connect the upper torso with the lower torso. So that's going correctly. And it does say that it recommends gluing this part to this part, but I'm not sure. Oh, there's a ball joint for this. Less panel laying? Yeah, I suppose. Or rather, more difficult panel laying because it was more an issue. But then potentially like go through with like a dry brush and do some dry brushing. Like I'm just gonna peg in here anyways. I'm not sure why they wanted it glued. But alright. I'm sure that's not in all the way yet. Yeah, so it recommends to glue that part into this part, but considering how much force I had to push to get it in properly, it ain't coming out. It is very secure. Just use like the end of my tweezers, I'm gonna push in it a bit further. So when I close this over, it should be perfectly. Ooh, of course, these parts are rubbery and they're slipping out. Yeah, that part's not gonna slip out there, like, ever. I can understand the windows recommend to glue them because they pretty much just clip in and stay there. Like nothing else holding them on. Okay, which way is that? Top one, okay. And then on goes the abs, the ab grill. There's a ton of ball joint, which is interesting. Now, do I need to like wait until I put the legs attached to this before it attaches it, or no? I can attach it now. if you lean back, you can kind of push the grill in. And when you're leaning forward, you can do that. Smart. Though it seems to rotate slightly. That's the only problem with the ball joint. Yeah, there is the full upper torso now. There you go, full upper torso. On to... I'm going to do the head last, pretty much. And so onto the waist section, then the legs. Right leg, left leg. Okay, dokie. And back to these really over too many parts in the small box type drawings. Flame toys. Add one extra page to your manual so you can kind of break them down further. That's all you need to do. It's one extra page, I think, would be enough to break them down to smaller components and have it be less confusing. Theoretically. So B and B runner. Okay, doke. Times 2. Oh, you're doing both hips at the same time. Okie dokie. Number 3 times 2. Oh yeah, so I've been looking at the Transformers Studio Series figures. I'm like, which ones would I really want? 'Cause I want to start collecting Transformers again. But it's one of those things where like, yes. 1, price of some of them are really expensive. And then 2, some of them aren't available anymore. Number 9 and number 10 times 2. I know recently they announced a Studio Series Devastator. And I'm just looking at that going, that's coming out next year, or at least the first few parts of it. I'm just like, I would like to have a Devastator. I never got the Combiner Wars one. Whereas like the limbs, they're not too expensive. But like long haul and hook for the torso, they're significantly more expensive. Still cheaper than a Masterpiece. The Masterpiece line have just got insanely expensive. Like, one of the Autobot cars should not be over £100. Of course, I say car, it's technically like the slightly bigger cars, the ones that are like the SUVs and stuff. I think it was Hook I was looking at, or no. Long arm, whatever. There's a couple of Masterpiece ones I wish I'd gotten years ago, but never could at the time. Still happy with the ones I do have, though. Ran, oh my god. Yeah, also the Masterpiece being actually officially licensed vehicles, it probably adds to their expense. Because they have to license that shit. Though I do my Masterpiece Bumblebee, and him being an actual licensed VW Beetle, I love it. Oh no, what happened to your G1 sludge? Lag broke? Aw, shit. There's another thing, I was seeing like the studio series of the Dinobots, and they're like 70 quid a pop. Because the Dinobots are naturally quite large. Spare repair from eBay, so maybe tackle that now. Yeah. Take a shot at it. Right, so that's the that side, and that's the opposite side. Yep. Right, I got this bit here. Kind of clean that really can't be. There's the hip joints built. Now let's see what's next. B and E. Right. No, B2. Which is this one. Alright, D7. Number 7. Oh, which one's which? E1, number 7. Here it is. And get this up here. Let's boogie. Okay, that's better. Special version your G1 sludge is irreparable? That sucks so much. Oh, as a floppy leg? Damn. So like it physically looks fine, but it's just super floppy. Oh, you might be able to figure a way to tighten up a bit, perhaps. I know with like gunpla and stuff, if you want to tighten a joint, like if it's a ball joint, you know, put a bit of varnish or something on the ball, let it dry, and then you put it back in, it's slightly thicker. Not sure how well that would work on a transformer, which has a screw. You know, part of the riff in this song sounded like that ding ding ding, almost what it sounded like Transformers. Almost. Maybe. I think the Western made, Netflix Transformers. I need to rewatch War for Cybertron because it was pretty decent. Trying to get the right way around. And then this is on the bottom. Okay, that is not clicking yet. It just sits there. A6 movie later. Nice. I have the Blu-ray on my shelf. And I look forward to when the Blu-ray for Transformers 1 comes out because I want to rewatch it. It's so freaking good. I deserve better. I think it's not even just Transformers, because there's been a lot of films, quite a few films this year that have like been well received, but not really made the money. And two of those contain Chris Hemsworth, Transformers 1 and Furiosa. Appears to have some bad luck right now, huh? So I think Transformers has made a profit, probably, considering the general consensus among the internet is their advertising was underwhelming. So considering the budget of the film, I'm assuming they probably only spent like 50 million on advertising. So it has made a profit. Probably. Okay, now we got this gobbledygook in this little box here. It's all the D part. Okay. I hope it wins awards though. It deserves to win some awards, especially for the art. The art department and everything, they did such an amazing job in that film. It's so freaking gorgeous. Put that there and there. Just took my way for a second. Well, at the very least, I want to see it get an Oscar nomination for Best Animated Film. I know it probably won't win it because Disney has several animated films, so they can have it fixed in their favor. Probably. But they deserve a nomination. That's the actual hip joints. Which weird to have. Oh, they're like rocking joints as well, I think. still have a tiny bit of a cough. Number 6. Number 16. Which just looks like it might be a slot for an action base port. Yeah, I think it's going to be an action base port. Would make sense. 4 and 8. Cool, like 4 and 14 this side, 8 and 18 this side. That makes sense. Very logical conclusion of numbers. Fourth that side. Right, that's all the parts I need for that box. Correct? Into... Yep. So step 1, step 2, step 3. Got it. In that orientation. So this goes here. Okay, and now this. Right. And this will go into here. Or his exhaust port. I mean, action-based port. If only it came with a display stand, that'd be great. I'm sure it'd be perfectly stable though. Got big thick legs. I feel like model kits in general tend not to come with display bases a lot of the time because not everyone uses them. And it also gives people flexibility, you know. Especially in Bandai's case, it's like, hey, we make action bases as one of our products. So if they included it with every kit, they destroy their own, you know, option sets. But it's nice when ones do. Like the Master Grade Strike, Ale Strike we built at the start of the year. Because it came with a catapult base. Which is from the original high grade from like the early 2000s. It's like the oldest part in the kit. Everyone else is like 10 years old and that's like 20-year-old base. Because they designed it for the original one. It's literally just the Archangel's catapult. It's like the best inclusion ever. So I think a base that makes sense with it, like something that is relatable to, like on a high grade, not including a base, makes perfect sense. But on master grades, like master grades, and actually no, perfect grades do come with bases, don't they? Because they have to. Otherwise they'll just fall over. But master grades, I think, more bases that are something related to the product, if something is available, you know. Wait, some perfect grades don't? Really? Wow, that's surprising. I thought all perfect grades would have a base because whenever I see a perfect grade, it's always on a base. Oh, the Unleashed doesn't. Okay, but I suppose the Unleashed is the shiny new thing that is highly engineered that should stand on its own. So I can maybe understand that one. But anything like the unicorns or the Axia and things like that, like things that have lots of pointy, or the freedom, straight freedom, anything that has big pointy backpacks. Double riser. Definitely needs a back to come with one. Oh yeah, aerial poses. Stage 3 is closing this over. Why is that not closing over? For some reason this bit at the back is not closing fully. Part separator. Take you back apart and see what's blocking you. Something is stopping that back part from closing. it might actually be a mold line on this part. That's made the peg part slightly thicker. Possibly. Loosen this peg area a little bit if I can. Alright, let's try this again. Got a little bit more snug. Alright, something I should be putting in the back of that later anyway, so it should hold in better. Hopefully. Interesting. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so looks like something that would go here. And this would plug into it as well. Oh, actually, how's that gonna work? So the two hip parts have to plug into each other through the center. Interesting thought. That's one thing this kit has is interesting design ideas is the best way to phrase it. It's one of those other terrible ideas. Trying to couldn't it just be a normal peg instead it's got one of these parts where it's like it's flanged open, so once I click it on it will stay on. What is a royal pain to get it on. Interesting design choices. Aren't necessarily good ones, but they're interesting. Halfway on there. Can you do what Gunpla do and they'll click onto each other super easily? Or has Bandai patented that design? Should be hilarious if they did. I mean, once this is in, it'll be secure. That much is certain. But getting it in there is the tricky part. Hey, Urban, how's it going? Struggling to get this in the port. I think I might have to put that side down first, maybe. I don't know. Didn't specify which side goes first. Okay, that went a lot easier that direction. It went in like immediately. Almost. If only they'd specified which one to do first. It wasn't clear. There we have the hip assembly complete. Right, then let's get the rest of front skirts, butt skirt, all together. Got a Megatron kit in the backlog, but don't think it's this one. Yeah, this is the Flame Toys. Because they make actual figures and then also have model kit versions. And this is Nemesis Prime. I know there's the... No, this is just straight up Optimus Prime, but black. It's like, what if Optimus was corrupted? Basically. So we get Nemesis Prime. And A. FE. Number 8. This one here. Well, these model kits don't actually transform, which is unfortunate. I know there is... Flame Toys do have a model kit of the IDW version of Megatron, which would be the tank, yeah. I think. Also, they don't transform because they're model kits. But they make very nice characters. Because, like, it looks great. It doesn't transform, but it looks great. Why is that hatch opening further than that one? Weird. This is my first time ever building one of these, and as I was saying, there is some interesting design choices. Like, one of the things, I'm not sure how easiest will be to see when we were building it last time. Right now, where's it? Meters so I can point this out. So I'm not sure how well it's going to show on camera, right? But see this little hatch here that covers up the corrupted matrix? So what you might be able to see is this little notch here. So this part slides into this other piece from behind, and then you close it over. There is not enough clearance to do that. I had to snip a teeny little bit of plastic there and there each side of it for that to fit. There's not enough clearance otherwise. So like there shouldn't be like a wedge shape there. It should just be a straight line where the peg is. I had to snip a teeny tiny bit in the corners just to get it to fit. Because this part is angled, so it's like that part, it's like it's thinner towards the center and it gets wider. So if you try to push that part, and this just collides with these parts and just doesn't go in. So I had to kind of create an extra channel for it, which was, yeah. Also, another weird thing is the arms. You build them while you're building the torso, so it's not like Gunpla where you build the arm and then plop it on. Because the shoulder's built inside of this, you have to build it before you even attach the front and back part. It's really strange. Oh, the window fell out. This is why it tells me to glue the windows. Because you might knock them out. Maybe I should have glued the windows. Direction was that. Maybe I should have glued the windows. I'll just close the chest over for now, so the windows don't fly off again. There we go. I'll be a little special, 25 bucks each. Like wow, 25 bucks for a Flame Toys kit? That's very cheap for what these are. I mean, this is Nemesis Prime's a limited edition one, so it is more expensive than the standard Prime. And I was fortunate Gundam Mad had one of these in stock. Just one. And this is a kit that will probably never get printed again. The normal G1 Prime will, but not Nemesis, I don't think. This was like £70 by comparison. A bit pricey. This is like master grade level price, and not the cheap versions. But yeah, that's a really good deal for some kits. That runner is now done. Yay! Oh, where's the A1 runner? A1 runner. You only have one part left on you. That should be all the parts I need, and that's another runner complete. Yeah, it's one of those things where I've spent it. I think normally these are like 50 mark roughly, but because this was a special edition one, it's more expensive. But yeah, I just saw they had it and said, you know what, I'm gonna get the one that's, you know, they have very limited stock of. I didn't know they had only one at the time, and you know, get something cool, something that's different, because I don't have a Nemesis Prime in my shelf currently. I technically have an SD, but it's in its box. Not an SD, an Android. Starscream, Megatron called that day, and they said, yeah, you know what, fair. I think these are the kind of kits that I might pick up one on the odd occasion. I don't know. I'm considering the Shockwave kit just because I don't have a Shockwave. And it's way cheaper than the Masterpiece Shockwave. And honestly, I don't mind having a Shockwave that doesn't transform, because Shockwave was very rarely ever seen in his alt mode anyway. So yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit of paint. Like, I could have chromed up the pipes and the grill, but I didn't. Which is weird, because, like, the parts in the chest came pre-painted on the runners. So that chest piece is silver was pre-painted. And I'm like, why didn't they also do that for, like, the grill and them? In hindsight, I should have, because they will not be easy to get off. So if I want to paint these pipes, I'm going to have to mask the shoulder off and then be careful, because that shoulder is very secure and will not come apart very easily. So I might do that. I don't know. Also thinking about it, what I maybe should have done, the little matrix part on the inside. I think it'll be easy enough to take the front off. Is maybe I should put like some metallic behind that little clear part. Though you could probably stick an LED in there if you were good about it. That'd be kind of cool. And maybe I should actually glue those, you know, windows in so they don't fall out again. Maybe. Maybe. Which was I sending this one? I guess it's funny, like, just, like, seeing the box art in the bottom left corner I've got, right? I have Nemesis Prime, like, Nemesis Prime, like, yeah, commanding pose, and it's just, like, normal-looking Earth tanks behind him. Which makes no sense. I would like to see more Transformers from the militia. Maybe he did. There's plenty of humans that would actually follow the Decepticons. In fact, there's a whole crossover comic book series of Transformers and G.I. Joe where the Decepticons and Cobra team up, so, you know. I wonder when we'll get the next... I'm pretty sure they're not filming the next Transformers film yet, the live action. Because the next one's meant to be the G.I. Joe crossover, so... Not sure, I think it's maybe 2 years away, a year and a half. Don't think it's next year anyway. Oh, excuse me. It would be nice to see more Transformers kits, and even ones that could actually transform would be amazing. Though I understand probably why they don't do that. Because look at Transforming Gunpla. Their transformations are a lot more simplistic. And the ones that aren't, like the Zeta, more of a headache. Or do the Gunpla route and just be parts forming? The Verka? I have not built the Verka. Is it complicated? That was going to be really good. I've got the 2.0 Master Grid in my backlog. I've had that for a little while. Still got around to building it yet. I have no plans to get the Verka until I've after I build that. So probably a transformer model kit would probably be very expensive. At that point, just buy an expensive model kit or figure. There's those bits. And then all these bits for the butt flap. So that's parts working. Need more. Sponges last a long time. Because basically you can just like cut an extra piece off the sponge and boom. Hand-sized. I mean, I usually use like cotton buds. Cotton buds, or the Americans call them Q-tips. I don't know where that word comes from, but hey. Or cotton swab. This song played not long ago. Ori repeating? Right, I did not specify which part of we go in. should be fine, I think. Oh, you got it going downwards, fine. Top of it, and yep, that's nice and simple. If it will line up properly, that is. That's part first thing. It's being more problematic. Yep. It does not want to go on. I'm not sure, like, these tabs are so shallow that it's just not holding on to anything. Okay, well, guess I'm going to glue something after all. Funny, this tells me not, doesn't suggest to glue it, but honestly, this is something that might need glued. Oh, that smells horrible. I don't have a window open, so yay. I'll just pop right back off. Thanks. It's fine, just can be quite potent sometimes. Not a bad smell per se, it's just like strong. You're just that used to it. Oh, I was put this. Oh, wait. That's what I'm doing wrong. Put it upside down. I just glanced at the paperwork right there, and I realized I've been trying to put this on upside down the entire time. Funny, I just suddenly flipped it right round and it fit straight away. Ha 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 ha! I'm not stupid. Good thing I had not glued that before noticing fully. On the plus side, that will not come off now. I blame the instructions for being so small. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's still 2 more bits I need to get. Or, oh yeah, the side skirt parts. Okay. Which one was that? D! No, that's C. This is D. That goes into there. Don't forget a bit on the bottom. That bit there, and then this goes on to its back. Now, of course, holds that thing shut now, which is good. And step 3. Front skirts onto here. That's popping off. Let's pull it back in a second. Front skirting armor. That is on, and bingo. We have Transformer Diaper. Well, let's be honest, that's what it looks like, right? Prime Diapers. This part here's done. Now we're on to, so that would be the feet, the knee thing, and it's only when you get to the interior part of the leg is identical, and it's only the exterior parts are mirrored of each other. Okay, that makes sense. That's a good way of doing it. Strepsil. Right. Interior parts of the legs. So that was mostly E2, some of B. Okay. Aha, this runner. Or rather, these runners. Let's see. That's B. So the only things left on this now is those bits coming up the knee later. You know, I'm going to put this runner here then out. Just be like sizable. And rest I need. Nothing right now, just this. Okay. It's a lot of parts. Well, let's do one foot at a time. So I don't have that every part on the desk at one go. Bit before the toe. Five and six. Yep. Number two. Let it heal. And then 1 and 2 for underneath. Okay. Oh, sorry, 1 and 10. All the parts for the foot. Just the foot. That step 3 number is awfully close to this part. Yeah, it was unsure if it was like that, but on this step 1, that's step 2. Okay. The arrows are important, but don't put the numbers so damn close to the different part. It's kind of confusing. Also, that's my biggest gripe with this kit. Is this manual. It is not well designed. Like, detailed parts or lots of parts go together is like there's too many into a small space. It'll be interesting to see some of their, you know, like latest kits, if their manuals have improved since then. Because I think this is from, it's a couple years old, this, actually, a few years old. I'm not sure. I just had the bottom corner, like, I don't see it on the box. The year, like Bandai does. Yeah, it's a manual that would just benefit from just having like one extra page so they could make some of the boxes larger. And break down some bits into different parts. Like this bit up here, like that part was like, that's way too much in one box. But in this is like simple. Look, it's the 2 front skirts and they're in part. Like, why? This is so simple. This is like, no. That should be a much bigger box. Those boxes are the same size. Actually, that box is slightly bigger. But there's a lot less space in it. Alright. Like this tool piece, I think would be good if like these 3 parts were in a small box and flipped upside down, so you can actually see where you're plugging into. Make sense? I mean, I can understand it, but it's like simple enough. So one place like Bandai really excels at is manuals are very, user friendly, and just got even better and better over the years as well. Whereas I think companies that are a bit younger when it comes to model kits, like they're making good quality kits, but they're forgetting the part of like not everyone who's building it necessarily is highly experienced. Feeling spoilt with RGZL manual? I imagine it's pretty well laid out. For even on some kits, like one of my early high grades, actually my first high grade maybe, was the goof. I ended up putting the poly cap that's for the arm and the ankle because they look exactly the same, but they are ever so slightly different size. I'd obviously disassemble it and take it back out. That was me making a dum-dum. Because even experienced builders will sometimes misread a manual. There we go, we have a toe. Alright, this I think is probably one of the layer parts. Maybe this. Well, I can go on next actually. See, there's nothing like, it's like making sure you do this part before that part, and make sure you do this part and that part before you do this part. Like, but like the other parts are like, what about the other parts? There's no specific order. It's just add later. What was my first Gunpla kit I ever built? My first ever Gunpla kit was the 1/100th no grade Dynamis. I didn't have nippers for that, so I ripped that off the runner. Like I said, hey, I would have benefited from an entry grade back then. This is like 10 years ago. It was literally the very first MCM Scotland Comic Con. And yeah, it was a Tokyo Toys stall. They had like this tiny, I mean, the very first MCM Comic Con, at the SEC, they only used the end hall, which was a small one. Because they definitely underestimated how many people were going to come to that thing. And they admitted it during the panel. Like, yeah, like the numbers surpassed it. And like Tokyo Toys, I remember their stall was like this, and it had like a tiny little 1 meter gap for people to go in and out of it because it was like in almost a box. We had to go into it. So about that. That'd be more than 10 years ago. Actually, I know a quick way to find out. Because I can look at my Facebook, my personal one, and I can know exact picture I have from that convention to find, and then see what year it was from. Let's see. Where's photos? Because I never use my Facebook anymore, so. I'm gonna pass it. Or is it not on here? Oh, there we go. There we go, 2013 was the very first MCM Scotland. So 11 years ago, I got my first kit. First Gunpla kit, I know. I remember building some kits as a kid. Faintly. And then I also then know the following year, because the convention was then larger that time, and that was the first time Gundam Mad were there. So I got my second kit, which was the real grade Ale Strike Gundam. So that is 10 years old and still sitting on my shelf perfectly fine. So the entry real grade syndrome, greatly exaggerated. The only issue my real grade strike has is the little tab in the rifle handle that flips out to plug into the hand. I put it in backwards, and so when I tried to get it back out to flip it the right way, I broke it. So we can't hold his rifle. Which is fine, because I just played him with the beam saber for years. Until then, I got my hands on the real grade Sky Grasper, which I haven't actually built the Sky Grasper, but I did build the sword and the launcher strike, and I made a makeshift perfect strike because he's holding the sword in one hand and the launcher cannon in the other one. Obviously, doesn't have the backpack for be attached to, so it's a makeshift one. Funnily enough, the P Bandai real grade perfect strike came out not so long after I did that. And I was like, why Bandai? Why? Why would you do it right after I made a makeshift one? So again, that was long enough ago that it's on my shelf holding these large weapons perfectly fine. Everyone loves giant swords. Swords. I could speak English, clearly. Also, Haitian. How's it going? Stickers in your RG Banshee. Ooh. Yeah. I haven't built any of the RG variants of the Unicorn yet. I've only ever built the Master Grade Unicorn. But I can understand real grade stickers are small. That's the only issue with real grades is the parts are tiny. Honestly, building the head or a hand of a real grade, that's the trickiest part just because of the size. But the Nemesis goes good. We finished, we got the lower, we got the abdomen done, got the hips ready, we got the waist section done. We're working on the first foot. Because it has you build both feet, both interiors of the legs, and then it has you build the exterior, which of course is left and right. But the interior of the leg, the mechanical part, are identical, which is nice. Banshee's one of your top two. It's funny, when I first saw, before watching Unicorn, I saw the Unicorn Gundam and thought, that looks really dull. Especially because Unicorn mode. But then after watching Unicorn, the actual Unicorn show has become one of my all-time favorites, I think. And funny enough, my Master Grade Unicorn is on my shelf behind me in the mobile suit cage in Unicorn mode with the cockpit hatch open because I painted Benager. I was like, I mean, if I've got a cage to display it in, because I got that version of it, and I painted the pilot for the first time ever, I wanted to have it on display. You love Riddy? I mean, I feel like I like Riddy in the start of the show, and at the end of the show, that little bit in between. He's a good. I think he's a decently written character. He's not a good character per se, but the way he's written, I kind of like it. It's like, he's kind of a cool dude too. Yeah, the middle part, it kind of goes off the rails a bit because he knows the truth. And knows if the truth comes out. So that part, he's really protecting his family's name. and the Federation at that point. Yeah, he was so like, must destroy new types. It's like, dude, you're piloting the Banshee with the entity on. You're a new type yourself, dumbass. He was that kind of broke him. I think realizing he was a new type. He's like, wait, what? Where's Wise Group? Yeah. It's the classic with when new types. Yeah, when new types meet each other, they kind of just, there's that understanding that goes beyond words. And obviously someone like Reddy didn't understand that. He's like, I just met this girl and I've gone head over heels for her. Which, to be fair, same thing happened with Benager. He just met that girl and would do anything for her. What's the most relatable trope in anime? Dude meets girl. Dude goes crazy because he met girl. Not wrong, right? Men are simple sometimes. Think of Amuro in the original. Who was it? Lieutenant Matilda, was it? Who was the supply officer? All the white base crew were planning for her whenever she stopped by. You get ready, you go crazy? Fair. Also, I think he also has one of the... I think Reddy has one of like the hardest lines in one episode, especially in the dub. Like the dub actually did. The dub's really good. The whole, are you willing to die for possibility? Such a hard line. You know, when Benager's trying to stop the mobile armor, and he just like yanks the beam magnum and uses it himself. Of course, I think that same episode, Benager has that other really good line of like, what was that? If you harden your heart, you'll lose your humanity. There's so much good writing in that one. He did save his butt. Which is probably part of why, you know, Reddy was so pissed off on the middle of the show onwards. He's like, it's all well and good to believe in humanity and la 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 la. Don't get yourself freaking killed in the process. Yeah, Unicorn's so good. It is top tier. There's only one tiny flaw in the dub. The English dub has one tiny flaw. And it's to do with Matilda. Oh, sorry, not Matilda. Merida. Because when the Vest Foundation, Ricardo and all that. So up until this point, because she's a Puru clone, and I say Puru, not Pulu, there's the problem. Because obviously Double Zeta never had an official English dub, for whatever reason. But the video games, and even subtitles, always translate LPO Pulu as LPO Puru. Same for Puru 2. But when it came to the Unicorn dub, they pronounced her, designation as Pol 12. But it sounded like they said Pol. Also, they're pronouncing it as PLE, but doing it in English, it said Pol 12. I wish they had just, for consistency's sake, said Puru 12. Because all the video games said Puru. Which I know technically that is the correct name. It's the video games and the subtitles of Double Zeta actually got it wrong. But for consistency. So they were correcting it. But someone I still call LPO Pulu Puru. Because obviously it was a mistranslation, because when she's running around going Pulu Pulu Pulu, the Japanese pronunciation sounds like Puru Puru Puru. And so we translated that by mistake. Yeah. It's just like the pronunciation to English ears sounded like Puru. Because it's kind of what it sounded like in Japanese when they're pronouncing it. So they just went with the pronunciation rather than how it was written. But it's a minor thing. So my headcanon is after Puru 2, the rest of the clones were Pol, not Puru. So my headcanon, just to correct for that. Like, because they're mass production versions. So LPO Puru and Puru 2 stay the same, but then the rest of them are mass production. So they have a slightly different name. My headcanon, I'll stick with it. You see, if Reddy had a hard line, my brain immediately went to the hardest line to say in all of Gundam. Oh? Hardest line to say, or just hardest in terms of, like, the type of line? Make sure that is the right way around. Oh, hardest to say. Oh. What's the hardest to say? I'm the son of Flint, Asano, okay, yeah. Flint. Oh, that's Age, isn't it? I have not watched Age. Currently. Age is one of those ones where, like, it's one of those underrated ones, I know. Underrated and underappreciated. When you see how much love it gets in, like, the Build series, and especially in Divers, it's like, okay. I think in Japan it's still popular, but I would say, like, over here it's, like, not very popular at all. It is always funny, like, how some series are far more popular in Japan and less popular outside Japan, or even outside Asia. Because, like, Seed, one of the most beloved timeline, universes of Gundam in Japan and across Asia. But you come over to the West, people like to make it the punching bag. Eh? And in contrast to that, Wing, beloved in America and the West, much lower down on the popularity tier in Japan. Hence why model kits for them are very few and far between, and a bunch of the new ones are P Bandai. Same goes for G Gundam. Super popular in the West, but less popular in Japan. I feel like it's more like people can say they don't care for Seed, and that's fine, that's fair. It's when people find a way to, like, if you say like Seed, they want to destroy it for some reason, like they're judging you. Like you say, hey, I didn't care for it personally. Yeah, it's something. I think it's something very specific to the Western fan base, especially. Oh, which one's your favorite then? IBO is... I feel like IBO and Seed are like the ones that are like in the Western fan base are like punching each other. It's kind of weird. IBO is freaking great. That second season broke my freaking heart. There's always one thing I dislike about IBO fans, right? There's that little part of IBO fans that go, Barbatos has nano laminate armor, so it's immune to all beam weapons, so it's the strongest Gundam. It's like, oh, Kieran, the freedom? Cool. He's immune to all his attacks and he can kick his ass. But they forget the one important thing. Gundams in this cosmic era have phase shift armor, so they're near impervious to physical attacks. And all the Barbatos has is physical attacks. So it's the rock and a hard place. They're both highly resistant to the opponent. The thing is, though, like Barbatos versus Freedom is a very interesting matchup when you think about it, because they both have armor that is near impervious to the other person's main weaponry, but the Freedom has head-mounted machine guns, which are low caliber, so won't do too much damage, but also has those hip-mounted railguns, which would do damage if you can hit them. Of course, as Seed Freedom proved, because they went up against opponents that had energy-resistant mobile suits, the Freedom does not have the armor Schneider, the Strike does. The only physical-based weaponry the Freedom has is head-melted Vulcans, or the Sea-Wiz, the railguns, which are physical rounds, and of course it has brute force of just punching something. Or hit it with a... Good punch and kick. And honestly, Kira likes to kick things, as we see a lot in Destiny. He kicks people all the time with a freedom. But as obviously Seed Freedom did point out as well, even on the Strike Freedom, the phase shift armor can be overloaded and deactivate. So if a Barbatos could sustain a prolonged attack, the phase shift would eventually fail. And then he'd be screwed. So that's what makes that an interesting matchup. It's like, who can survive longer? Because even though the Barbatos has nanoline armor to make it, you know, near invulnerable to beam weaponry, keyword near invulnerable, it still sustains minor damage. Also, there is some heat transference, as we saw with some of the characters who got hit with a beam from the Ashmal. They look like their cockpits got kind of toasty after getting a direct hit. So if the Barbatos, much like if the Freedom has a sustained physical attack, eventually the phase shift will turn off because it overheats. Whereas the Barbatos, if it was under a sustained attack from beam weaponry, I feel like the thing would shut down, or it cook the pilot. I think the pilot would give out before the armor. Potentially. And Bandai almost answered that question because they had that one Build Divers battle log thing, I think it was, where they had the Lupus Rex versus the Strike Freedom, but they cut the rest of the fight. So they only got that initial fight and then cut the rest of it. So they could have answered it, but chose not to. They got to the point where, like, they know each other's weaknesses and strengths, and left up to the audience's interpretation. I think for me is the line of thought you went down is the right one. What would happen? Let's think about it. Rather than, yeah, that's the thing. I think that's a great thing. I remember seeing on Twitter a while ago, someone made a post of, like, with the Destroy Gundam, and like the last kit you built, you're fighting the Destroy Gundam with. How are you doing? And obviously you had people who built Barbatos going, phase shift armor, easy dub. Again, the Barbatos can't scratch the Destroy. Its phase shift is the most powerful of them all. And it has missiles. Not to mention its head-mounted machine guns are much higher caliber than the Center Gundam. In fact, they're probably the same caliber as the Barbatos' arm cannons. So Destroy Gundam, easy dub for that, I think. Yeah, it's like, my dad's bigger than your dad. Yeah, I like the mental arithmetic of, like, oh, if this one has this ability, but this one has this ability, and this one has this ability, and, like, seeing how they kind of, I like the mental arithmetic of it. But at the end of the day, oh, who wins the fight? Whoever writes the bloody script. That's the simple part. Because whoever writes the script decides who wins. Well, maybe the Beam Saber. Fair, yeah, the Barbatos could pick up the Beam Saber, but the Beam Saber does have it is battery powered when it's handheld, but it also takes power from the hand into the handle. So it could use it for a little bit before the battery on its own battery ran out, so it wouldn't get much out of it. But I'm pretty sure the Freedom could pick up the mace. Because if the strike can wield that giant sword. See, it's the fun what if. And of course, we do have things like 00 in the GN particles, which are basically God mode particles. Because Exia versus Barbatos, now there's a fight. Which I think Exia would win because it's highly resistant armor. And has a blade that's physical. And of all, I still don't think the Freedom or the Barbatos Lupus are necessarily the strongest suit. Yeah, that's the thing is, each suit is strong in its different way. Also, some have super weapons like the Turn A, because the Turn A is a literal apocalyptic causing weapon. But then the Mighty Strike Freedom adds that Disruptor, which is terrifying. Or the G-Self and its Proton Torpedo. Thingies. Turn can hold a cow, that is very true. Moonlight Butterfly. By humanity. End of the day, it's fun to kind of theorize, but when you like make it a like 100% my one wins, your one loses, the fun you've taken out of it. Right. Okay. Hang on. This part here. I need this bit and to here. Oop. Closes over. Always needs to stay fun. That's the best part. Gunpla is freedom. And this heal. Oh yeah, I don't think Mika was, despite Mika fighting like a barbarian, so long as he knows the person is fighting alongside him, he's fine with that. That's why I love about like the Dynasty Wars games and SD Gundam Battle Lines is like seeing interactions between different characters or different timelines. Which I remember, I'm pretty sure Kira does comment on Mikazuki's very bloodthirsty fighting style. I actually need to go back to SD Gundam Battle Lines because I never did finish the end game and DLC stuff. I finished the main story, but there was like the post game stuff and DLC I never did. Most terrifying crossover prospect of all. Lacus Klein meets Delia Ina Bernstein. You know, just throw in Relina Peacecraft as well, and let's just have the three-way discussion of how to stop war. Maiden of the Revolution, yep. Until Hero Yui shows up, yeah. Hero Yui. Self-destruct. Here was one of those characters, he's so bland. Like, all the other characters in that show make up for it. And it's not even technically till the movie that it actually explains why he was that way in the first place. And then you go, oh, that makes total sense. Why he was so, you know, computerish. There's a heal. And 1 foot. I took it as well just to build a foot. As long as it's not just completely flat, it is like got an arch in He kind of did. Because he was very soft. I mean, Hero was perfect for the 90s of like, feelings. Hero Yuhei is definitely a product of the 90s of like, ooh, feelings, ugh. I need to be edgy. Of course, everyone, I mean, best character in Wing is Dual Maxwell, the god of death himself. Can't get edgier than the Death Scythe now, can you? Hey, Dr. Enemy, how's it going? Right, other foot. Toe. Toe cover. Undertow. Toe bandy part. A little Death Scythe. I need to get a Death Scythe model kit at some point. I mean, I've got the Master Grade Epi on my backlog. Should build that, really. Like, the Death Scythe and the Epion, like, my favorite designs in Wing. And the two edgiest ones as well. Sounds about right. I think they do. I'm avoiding buying Master Grids right now, though. The Master Grids are usually what I have on my wish list, and go, anyone finally are like, "What do you want for Christmas?" I'm like, yeah, look at this list. Cheers on. Much like the backlog, the wish list gets longer and longer. Pretty much every, like, as we approach holiday period and our birthdays, whatever, I have to go look at my wish list and go like filter it and go, what have I actually got now from this list that hasn't auto removed itself? Because some wish lists for some sites, as soon as it's bought, it removes it from the wish list. But not everyone does it. Not everything does it. always the trouble when like you're a fan of multiple different shows and you want to have them all. I mean, the bulk of my backlog is Cosmic Era, Universal Century, and then Ad Stella, GWH. Surprisingly, I only had the only IBO kit I built or even had was that Barbatos I built in stream a little while ago. I haven't actually got any other ones currently. And surprisingly, don't have any. Oh, wait. No, I don't have any. No, I do. I do have one 00 kit in my backlog. Master Grade Dynamis. Appropriate. The first kit I built was the no grade. I have the Master Grade waiting there. The Grey's Iron. So I'm sure with next year, I think next year's when they're going to have the Urdu Hunt animation. Because obviously the game shut down, but they're salvaging the footage to make I think, a film. So I would imagine, because next year's also the 10th anniversary of Ironblood Orphans, there'll be a lot of reprints. Though I think of like 10th anniversaries, this year was the 10th anniversary of G-Reco. And what did they get? Well, a G-Self 1.5. Which is a Gundam base exclusive kit. Though it looks very, very good. And it's straight up a 1.5 of the HG. Shane didn't get the Master Grade announcement or like confirmation. I think they got reprints as well, but in terms of new stuff, I think the year was kind of overshadowed by Seed Freedom at the start of the year. So it had the bulk of the kits coming out. I think apparently reprints are just happening. I don't know. I could be wrong. I thought I heard they were starting to get some reprints in the wild in Japan. I think with the UK, like, oh yeah, it's going to be like a 2 to 3 month delay that we get stuff. Grimoires. So that's a mobile that I first saw on Build Divers with Rommel's one. And I was like, oh, this is a cool little front kit. Incoming grade from Bay Primer Iced Tea. How you doing? Welcome on in, everyone. I am AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, or might be partially corrupted by Darkstar right now. Welcome on in. How you doing? Have a good stream. Oop, wrong button. Doing fine? That's good. What are we up to? Shout out command. Oop. Oop, mistake. Spell that correctly. Yes, I did. Yes, it is Nemesis Prime. I was fortunate that Gundam Mad had one of them in stock. Just the one. So I nabbed it. Pretty much, I literally ordered it the day before I went to go see Transformers 1. And then, unfortunately, didn't start building it until last week because I ended up being ill for like a week. How's it get so far? It has good bits and bad bits. There's some design choices which I would say are interesting in the construction that are just like a little odd. And then the manual being a little too cluttered. Like a lot, like, look at this little box here if you can see it. That is the waste assembly for inside this, and it's all inside, all the waste parts, all in one box. It's a bit too cluttered, the manual. But besides that, besides a couple of weird decisions, like when you're building upper torso, you have to build the arms with it. You can't build the arms and then plop them on because of the way the shoulder joint is. But it's very solid, and like once it's built, it's sturdy and looks really good. Just has a few, things that seem slightly odd. I wish the manual was a bit less cluttered. Cannot transform now. No transformations on the model kit. There's gonna be a really nice figure when it's done. Would be, I mean, it'd probably be even more expensive if it could transform. Which would be crazy. Kind of funny to think about it. It's a transformer that cannot transform. Instead you get a really nice detailed, figure. I mean, I can open up the chest, which is nice. The thing that's weird is like, so these little chest pieces on the inside were pre-painted on the runner. So like the matrix cover and that. I kind of wish they'd maybe pre-painted some other parts like the grill and the smokestacks, which I could maybe try and scorp them out later. Taking your leave, no worries. You have a wonderful rest of your day, and thanks again for the stream. Much appreciated. Lord Bob the Builder, nice. Flame Toys has only one competitor, and they're not in the same price range, so they can do what they want and not improve the Fury line, and only have to get the IW close. Oh. I suppose, yeah, the only other full-on model kits that Transformers have would be the Blockies. YOLO Park aren't technically model kits, they're disassembled action figures. So, I mean, they're kind of not on the same... Because YOLO Park aren't like full-on separate parts, often runners you build. YOLO Park are straight up just an action figure that's been dismantled into, separate parts that you put together. Really? Okay, maybe just I'm thinking of the cheaper ones. The cheaper ones are definitely disassembled Earth Mode Prime. Oh, okay. Maybe it's probably the more expensive ones are the ones that are proper model kits, whereas the cheaper ones are just dismantled model kit figures. That being said, I still would like to pick up like the cogless forms of like Orion, D16, Alita, B, the movie, because they're like, it makes sense to have cogless form as a kit rather than just a toy because it doesn't need to transform. $200, ouch. Yeah. The thing is though that Yolo Park apparently is actually a subsidiary of Hasbro. So it's not even licensed, it's just they're straight up owned by Hasbro, apparently. It does seem like Transformers Trumpeteer has decent kits, but they're all new. Oh, I didn't realize Trumpeteer had any Transformers ones. Need to look at that. I guess the same with like the Flame toys, they have like multiple versions because obviously you've got their original interpretation of Prime, you got the G1 version of Prime, and then the IDW version of Prime. Soundwave and Ravage Smart Kit from Trumpeteer, the best one. Ooh, I want to look into that. Oh, the Bumblebee movie version. Words. Yeah, that Bumblebee movie, that opening scene in Cybertron was frigging amazing looking. It's understandable why Transformers 1 will never be that level of detail because that'd be way too expensive. But I'm so glad we got Transformers 1 looking the way it is. Gorgeous in its own way. Oh yeah, the RC kit and like the Windblade kit, those both look amazing. I think they're actually getting reissued currently. What is the RC one is? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Flame Toys kit I would get next. Because they're unfortunately expensive. But RC is definitely on the list. The RG God of Transformer kits. Ooh, that's high praise. Close that chest over a bit so the window doesn't fall out again. See, I didn't close the windows in like it's recommends, so it might fall out occasionally. The other thing, the Transformers 1, it definitely reignited my Transformers love. Yeah, with the model kits, and then just, I want to start collecting the toys again. The movie has done its job. The mask toys. I'm trying to remember what mask is. I know all of it, but I've never paid too much attention to it. Toe. All the cards are on the weapons and drivers wear helmets. Ah, okay. I vaguely know of it. I haven't really paid too much to it. '80s cartoon. Ah, yes. I you get obviously like Transformers mask, G.I. Joe, all that from back in the day. Though I only really watched Transformers. Ah, yeah, the little GoBots. I think I had like one or two of the G1 toys that got reissued in the 90s. And that's about it. It wasn't until like Armada came out where I started actually getting more toys. At that point I was a little bit older. Still was cool. And then when you become an adult, you're like, oh, Transformers Masterpiece? Yes, please. Oh, they're expensive. Damn it. Just losing myself in the construction. I'm building this faster than the first one. I think it's always the case, isn't it? You build the second one quicker. Did the music cut out? Music. Pretzel. Have you frozen? Mm-hmm. Oh, there we go. Working again. Strange. But running out of water. And pop on this heel. Plug in the toe, and there we go. We have both feet. What time we at? 4. I think I've got some more water. My water bottles over the side there. Give me a sec. I do have my water. My water bottle's over the side of the room. Pour this into my glass. Hey, just like I have a full glass again. Nice. Have your backup water just in case. Right, now a knee, 2 of them, and 2 lower legs to have us build the internal part of the leg. What I'm thinking I should have done, I know it says times 2, times 2, times 2. I should have built one full thing, and then built one full of the other. Maybe. Especially considering the next part is like a full leg. I could have had a full leg done, maybe. And then have the other leg later. Instead of, at some point I'm going to have to say, hey, cut it short, and then have lots of parts sitting around. What do I need? E and D. Here's a D runner. Number 12 and 13. Let's do those. Making good progress. Also number 11. And I need the E-runners to get number 11 of those. Right. us not to get the final polycaps. That runner done. It's also going to be internal parts, so any nubs don't really matter on the interior parts. They will be invisible. That could have been cut out slightly cleaner. These are very straightforward. Well, that's weird. That isn't. No one of those does not make sense scenarios. It has these parts. Like, get all these bits together. Don't actually attach this piece. I'm going to attach it later when this part goes through it. Strange. It's so weird having that and not like having this inside of it. But like that slides in afterwards and the next part goes through it. You think it would be like, hey, this part attached because a thing went through it. No. It just sits there like that until you put the next part ready. Okay, sure. Why not? That's why you need things in different boxes to make it clear that this part is not being attached to this part yet. Like if this was like a Bandai kit, it would have this little bit here and then this in a separate smaller box pointing then into this bigger box. Like assemble this, then bring into this. Like here it's a sub-assembly which then comes to part of this bigger thing you need to build. Which is like, here's the knee. This doesn't actually attach until the next step. And there's like no indication other than just what it looks like that that's the part's there. Because normally I'd be like, oh, step 32 is now here. Carry it over. Odd design choices and manual. There we go. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Let's see where they're losing, just sitting there loose. Whatever. Move that out of the way for it. And I need all these parts. Numbers 3 and 4. And 9 and 12. Which means that's the end of this runner. These parts won't matter for the nubs because they're going to have armor on top of it, so that speeds up the progress a little bit. Right. Okay, let's grab this. So step 1 is that goes on to here, right? Correct it around. That's right. It's not on all the way, is it? this bit. And then I take that and it goes through that big old gap. Oop. And we take this and close it over. Sure got the right way around. And foot, which seems off center because the part that goes on there doesn't really go all the way. It looks more centered in the picture though, which is really hard. It's weird to think that has a hole in it. It's meant to peg into something that it doesn't. Because obviously it's a different joint. There we go. That's better. No, it's... I don't know why they made the peg so long. If it's going to be all the way down on it, but whatever. Now it's centered. So now it will fit properly. Debris in the way. There's one leg internal. And repeat the same for the other side. And another runner done. Make a lot of progress. I think it helps that knowing these parts are just going to get covered up. I'm not fussing about the nubs. Like, is it smooth? Doesn't matter if they're slightly visible or anything. As long as it does not interfere with the fit. I think the goal is to basically get the legs done. That'll be today's goal. Get the legs done, and then next time I can build the head, which will be super easy. Should be relatively simple. And then do any details. Like the Decepticon logos and stuff. Plus any extra I want to do, like maybe chrome at the pipes, maybe? I don't know. Which I think I can disassemble that torso easily enough. I could chrome the grill. Disassembling these for that would be more difficult. All my reason to finish legs is so I don't have bits lying around. I always think it frustrates me, like, because obviously I have to move things around a lot. So like, I don't like having bits, small bits especially, lying around. Like, I don't mind body parts lying around. Like, oh, there's an arm, there's a leg. I mean, that's fine. But it's like, here's a hip. Yeah, I don't want that sitting by itself. Of course, when I do my plan for the desks and stuff, I'm still debating in my head, do I want to do like 2 desks in an L shape or get one of those? Because IKEA have ones that are like 2 meters long, and obviously have drawers at either end of it. I'm like, that could be kind of cool, one size game, one size thing. But then I do like the idea of having an L. Because then when I have a dedicated space where I don't have to move things back and forth, I could just leave it there on the desk. Or at least put it in that little organizing tray at least. I feel like in progress stuff can be more easily organized. Literally, after I finished this last time, I just took the top piece, I put everything back in the box, and then put the top piece on top of the manual. So it just sat in the box, which is just off to the side. Half the time, though, I will leave the parts on my desk. Literally where the camera sits tends to be, once I get this camera off this little shelf here, and then tend to put the parts that are work in progress on the shelf in front of me, so I can admire my half-built Gunpla. Yeah, L sounds like a good idea. I like the idea of an L shape. I'm just kind of figuring this out because I would be putting it near the window. And like, do I want an entire desk in my way between me and the window? Because then it'd be like more awkward to open and close it. Whereas a 2 meter long desk would be pretty much roughly where we are right now for the game side of it, and then the other side between is basically where I've got like a unit currently. Between me and the window, and I can just slide along, and then that way the windows don't completely locked with the desk. but my airbrush station would be close enough to it I could still easily, you know, pop the hose out. Both are good ideas, depending on what I want it to actually do. The thing I found with this part, right, because obviously it needs to go all the way down, but the peg is longer than it. If you put it on one side, take it back off, flip it round, and then put it on the other side, you've loosened it just enough that it will slide down easier. It's a tiny little amount, but it helps put it on when you flip it around 180, that it slides on easier. Right, which side am I going right now? That is the knee part, this is the ankle part, yep. Got this fiddly ass knee thing. I think that went on easier than the other side. Other side actually caught it slightly and it almost opened up the knee. Closing over. What's wrong here? Something's blocking something. Oh, that was it. That was the ankle bit was not fully clicked in. There we go. Here you got 2 leg interior parts. This means there's not actually that many parts to finish a leg off. They're just big pieces. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts per leg. And they're all big. Oh, excuse me. Right side. Right, we need numbers 22 and 21 for right side. Yes. These are identical, that's fine. Both number 1s. As for the lower leg parts, oh wait, I missed a part. Let me see. Little part, it's like an oil thing on his leg. number E1 and E4. So this was actual Optimus Prime. This would be a blue runner. Pretty blue legs. But it's Nemesis. Needs a much simpler color palette. Black. Some gray. Let's get one of these hip joints as well. And one of the legs. Make this over for a second. And put that there. Right. Step one will be the upper part. Okay, the thighs are undergated. Ijima's Prime, yep. You know, Prime went through the emo phase. It's all. Happened to us all. I mean, I'm still wearing black right now. So, you know. The thing is, black is just a good color. Dark colors feel warm. Or the dark colors are warm. Black goes with everything. Even white, probably. Especially when we're black, yep. Just be like Batman. Does it come in black? I only wear black. Occasionally very, very dark gray. Next code 000001. Take this hip, slide it into there. Nope. Back into the fire. would you put the gate so close to the freaking... Yeah, I need to cut this nub. Look how close it is to one of the posts. It's like right next to it. Move it down like like a centimeter or two. Like the peg is literally right next to it. If it wasn't, I could cut this more cleanly. Goes in like so, and then close the thigh over. Damn, Prime got thick thighs. What was that? No, going flush. No, not necessarily. What if I glued that? I could get it flush, but. There's as flush as I can get it to go. Back of the leg. And the little shin grill looking a bit easy enough to go in. I could have attached it before I attached the front, but yeah, works just as well. And then this little bit for the outside of the thigh. Oh, calf. Alright, which way around does this go? A longer tapering off at the bottom. Like so. And there's a full leg. We have a leg. Easy peasy time. Let's finish the other leg. Victory part 1. These will be the last 2 bits on the D-Runner. Runner's finished. This thing, as well as of course the head bits finished as well. All the hands, because it has quite a few hand options. We skipped that right at the start. It's like, nope, not starting with the hands. Like, seriously, who would start with the hands? Crazy. Now is this. And just a little bit here. Notice a little nudge flung towards my mouse. Righto. Only problem to deal with is when they have these gates right next to the pegs. They're really difficult to get access to it. the music stop again? Yep. Next track. I think it's a pretzel, like occasionally just goes, ah, are you still listening? Oh, you are, okay. It's like press a button to confirm. Okay. But not actually saying that, it's just like the song at the end, it's like it paused itself. As if it's like, hey, unpause me. That's that bit there. is the left leg, so that way around. And then plop this onto here. Close up the thigh. Like there's so much debris here. I thought we were putting it in the jar. Oops. Is that too close to the mouse? Microphone. Back of the leg. And front of the leg, which will be the last piece of undergating for now, which is good. Because as much as I like undergating, if you put the damn gate too close to the pegs, it makes them more difficult to, cut cleanly. Thankfully, this piece doesn't have the pegs on it, unlike the back piece, so this is easier. But the back bit has all the pegs. The front one doesn't have pegs on it, so it's fine. No issue. Flops on super easily. One bit left on the leg to go. Lightly scruff that one a bit. There we go. Legs are built. Clear some of this up. Interior design shield monster for some reason. Yeah, it feels like very like DIY, which I think fits the vibe of the stream a bit. Just open those side skirts up a bit so I can plop these in. Put the torso on. There we go. The tough ball joint now. It's balanced right. There we go. So, Nemesis Prime's body is finished. He doesn't have hands or a head, but as Megatron once said, A warrior doesn't need a head, just a good, strong body. He did say that in one episode. War Dawn, I believe. When they find one of the old Guardians in Cybertron and reactivate it. Because it's missing a head. It's funny how the old Guardians on Cybertron are just basically a Mega Supreme but fat. But yeah. Thing is, I've had my issues with this kit in terms of like some engineering, but it looks great. It looks really good. I can see why, like, maybe why I had some of the issues with it is, think about it, I think Flame Toys does produce pre-made kits, you know, pre-built figures, and then a model kit version of it. And that's probably why it's like a little more fiddly, because it's what they would be doing in the factory. I guess. Maybe. But no, it does look really good. Even without the head and hands. It's a nice kind of, it's G1, but it is stylized a bit. So I need to take some pictures of it, current progress, and then next time we work on it, we'll actually build the head, some of the hands, oh, the Ion Blaster, and Energon Axe, and any extra details I want to do. Well, including like the little lights on top of the chest, the stickers, as well as the Decepticon logo, because this is not Optimus, this is Nemesis. And all little bits and bobs, I feel like. But it's pretty good. Fiddly in places, but solid. I think that's a good way of describing this kit. Has some fiddly bits in the construction. Manual could definitely be a lot clearer, but it is solid construction. This feels like an action figure now. It feels like an action figure. Like everything feels solid. Right. So we've got some of these little bits of debris. And yeah, so next stream will be Monday. I'm unfortunately working all weekend. But we're gonna go finally get back to Gundam 4. Finally got to chapter 5. I think that's 7 chapters. I can't remember. And then on Tuesday, we'll do the Autobot campaign of War for Cybertron. And then hopefully next weekend, maybe roughly, we'll be able to get this finished off in Add Your World. As always, the schedule and alert stuff are on Twitter and the Discord. Wow, Nightbot, that was a hell of a delay. I managed to type both commands in before I even issued the first one. Nightbot be sleepy. Who's live right now that we could maybe raid? Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see who's currently on. see. One there, right here. Hang on, 2 seconds. Let's have a look in the model kit building category then. See who's doing what. People doing miniatures. Anyone doing model kits? Or we just go Red Shin. Interesting playing some games. Go Red Shin. No problem, Finn. Thanks for hanging out. Boom, boom. And of course, the one for subs as well. Right. Raid. Following. Shit. A retro game that I'm not familiar with, but let's go. Right. Now I need to go get some dinner. Until next time, thanks for dropping by. Have an awesome day. Have an awesome weekend because it is Friday. Fortunately, me working Friday or weekend. Until then, I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar /Darkstar. Signing off.